Alright, everybody. Welcome to me getting salty at maps again for another day. Hello, paranoid hugs. So, my build is jank. I'm not really sure what to do with it at this point. I think, in all honesty, I was thinking about it. I think the only way this build continues to scale is if I can, like... The only way this build continues to scale is if I either get, like, some crazy crit chance, which, yeah, okay. But the second way... second way is if I can... Well, I mean, that's basically it, if I just go crit. I've thought about it, and I think going crit kind of salvages this build. The only problem... Well, in all honesty, the biggest problem... Oh, Zechariah. The biggest problem my build is facing right now... I think one thing... Bosses are kind of irritating for this character, because, like, they roll up with high resist, and I just don't have the DPS for them. I think that's the biggest problem. I just don't have the DPS for these bosses. I'm trying to think how I just get more raw damage in my build. I mean, obviously, flat damage is the way to go. Yeah. If I got... The biggest thing I would need is gloves with flat damage. But it sucks because I need gloves that, like, are doing 7 different things, you know? Losing a shitload. Well, fuck it, let's check. There's gloves I've been eyeing that are just 3 exalted. And they lower my health again. I already have oil grenade. We have 43% pen. These are just some 3 exalted shitter gloves, but they roll double on hit modifier. And I want to see what they actually do to my damage so I can gauge going forwards, like, what I need. Oh, did he go? Oh, fuck. Okay, let me... Cannot currently access this player's area. Why? Oh, okay, whatever. So here's some on-hit gloves. And I just got these because I got some lightning resist, which I needed. There's a little bit of strength, attack speed, and then double on-hit. And I thought, okay, let's see what that does. Okay, as I suspected, on-hit flat are like crazy good modifiers. Because my build has so much attack speed that on hit is such a crazy modifier for me. I lose a little bit of HP, but I get more armor and evasion rating. I'm not really sure what armor and evasion rating are worth at this point. I'm gonna keep my... lightning's kind of annoying. But what I can do here is just keep my fire resist at maximum. Because I think fire damage is more common than lightning. Okay, so those are 3 exalted. They were just some shitter gloves. And I'm just wondering if that helps. Okay, so like let's do a level 15 map here. Monsters pen elemental resistance. Yeah, don't they always? So we lost a little bit more HP again, but we got more evasion and armor. Whatever that's worth. Not much. Honestly, most of my evasion is just coming from Wind Dancer at this point.
Fire!
I mean, as suspected. Yeah, I mean, if I just roll more flat damage modifiers, because my build attacks, I toned down my attack speed because it was getting a little bit much. But, how many times am I attacking per second right now? 28. Yeah, these gloves would have been perfect if they had agility. But nothing on here is bad. I mean, the strength is still good for me. I mean, hold on here. If I drop Wind Dancer, what does that do to my evasion? Yeah. Most of my evasion is coming from Wind Dancer, actually. That is why when I get group beat, I tend to just die. Wind Dancer is pretty good for keeping me alive once. Once. Well, I think at this point, chat, I can't really... Like, I think this might be it for me into how far I can take this build. I think getting the extra flat hit... I think one thing... Hi, kitty. Hi. Come here. Kitty. Really? Can I just pick you up if you want to be picked up? Are you gonna fight me on being picked up again? Yeah, right up until you let me pick you up. You are so dumb. Honestly, at this point, what am I, level 86? I think at this point, my last points, I just pick up that jewel, that jewel.
Wait, animal!
That seems to probably be the best bet. A good thing about my build is I can use the worst goddamn stats you've ever seen that no one else wants. Which, ironically, makes my build really good. Because you can pick up the dumbest goddamn pieces of gear that nobody wants. I bought a decent crossbow for 1 div. So I'm not like using a best in slot crossbow. I picked up one. You typically pick up about 1 div from leveling anyway. At least that's what I have. The 3 times I've leveled. On average, I've picked up 1 throughout all of my characters. I picked up 3 total, so it's 1 each. So I'm not saying you always will pick up 1, but I'm saying you can typically find a weapon. So the big thing is paranoid. As the season continues, gear is getting more and more expensive. You used to be able to spend like 10 exalted and just quickly get your gear up to date. Thought I was out of that one, not gonna lie. Didn't think I was inside that. Okay.
What is it?
See, the problem is, I need to roll a high increased physical damage modifier, and I don't think, like, the odds of me rolling that are so statistically insignificant that I just don't care. Why do you think I play without my headset, Open World Hunter?
What can I do for you? On with the work.
What shortens the charge up time? That's a good question. Nothing. I have to kind of just hold the trigger.
Yes.
Honestly, I appreciate the devs' time, value, investment. I appreciate their dedication to the art. But I have a thought. Whoever thought that holding left click over off-screen areas to clear every enemy and that peak gameplay Dude, I had no idea where that smoke was even going for the delirium. I have no idea to do that.
Shot!
Whoever thought that peak gameplay was holding left click on enemies off screen to kill all them before they could interact with you, or they launch a near instant cast fireball or drop a meteor on you or some shit like that that just one-shots you. Whoever thought that was like the peak gameplay, I have some thoughts. Just a couple of thoughts, Chad. I know I've said this before, but the idea of a game that memes the player by one-shotting them is actually not that absurd and has been done a lot. Like, this is a pretty common thing, actually. Most of the time it's like a joke game. But there is something that those joke games have in common, those people who do play those sorts of joke games. Okay? The thing those joke games have in common is they restart you pretty much exactly where you died. So like, if you've seen those joke platformers, I want to be the guy, I want to be the Boshi, being the ones that kind of popularized this back in the day. But if you've seen those sort of joke platformers, they basically restart you exactly where you die. This game restarts you 5 hours before you died. Sometimes 30 hours before you died. It's weird how in the campaign they understand that being one-shot means you should get an easy respawn to try again. But then in maps, they flip around.
Fire shot!
The best thing I've heard, well, I don't know if you want to call it best, but let's say the most believable thing I heard is that they deliberately made this shit as hard, well, hard, let's say as time consuming as they could to buy time to add more content. Run from the chaos. I'm glad my warrior got in and bought gear before it got like ludicrously expensive. At least my warrior could enjoy the game for a bit without getting one shot. Although then he got one shot, so figure that. Literally all they need to do to dramatically improve the game, I'm beating a dead horse, but it's true. Literally all they need to do is enemy health at about level 80, so the area I'm at now. Enemies should have about twice the health. Their damage should be reduced by like half. So like half the damage, double the HP. And then make it so you literally just get infinite retries on a map. Which, okay, yes, cold take, but like, I don't really see another way to go about it with their current game design. They also need to go through every single ability in the game. I think they need to go through literally every single ability into the game and adjust their damage values to follow a pattern. Every mage user should do about X damage. Sure, some could differ from it by a little bit, but no mage user, none of the magic casters should just randomly be doing 10 to 20 times more damage than the other magic casters. So like, Meteor Drop dude, why is he doing like 10 times more damage than any of the other mages? So that would be a good, obvious change. Just go through, take a dude to comb through all this shit. I know it might take a day, a week, a long time, but some dude needs to manually look through every single damage value and make sure they're all within an expected range. My gun, there's like a gun jam or something. I swear to God. Like I turn the corner, click, doesn't do anything, click, doesn't do anything, think, oh, am I gonna die?
Fire shot! Easy.
I'm presuming they're gonna nerf like almost every broken build. Well, presumably they'd nerf every build that is broken, but I guess what I'm saying is I'm presuming they're gonna nerf like 80% of the top tier builds. I think that would be a good start. But even once they do that, I mean, there's the obvious issue, right?
Fire shot!
Dude, it's just every so often I hold the left click and it doesn't left click. I also think all these on death of, honestly, I hate to say it, but like, no, I don't hate to say it. I love to say it. Every single rare in the game should get removed. Every rare modifier on enemies should get removed. They're all terrible. I can't think of a single one which actually benefits the game for it being in. They took a swing and hit the fucking umpire behind them. They missed so unbelievably hard with the rare modifiers. The rares in this game are terrifying, not because like, oh my god, they're gonna outplay me, they're so scary. They're terrifying because they're gonna sprint at me before I can see them. Do one of 30 different weird quirky one-shot effects, and I'm gonna have to guess which one it is, which inevitably means the best way to deal with them is to shoot them from off screen before they even get to interact with me.
All in a day's work.
So that's the best way to deal with them right there. Because interacting with them, why would you want to do that? That sucks. I didn't even get any maps. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna run out of maps. Again. I'm just trying to clear a little bit extra, find some maps. If I die, I die. My tier 10's basically useless, but whatever. Tier 14's not bad. I can work with that.
Fire!
Okay, that's that then. What are people? What are you saying you did? You went to the right side and stacked. Oh, this one? No, not that one. Which one are you talking about? This one? I went Deadly Evolution. That one's really annoying, but I don't really see a way around it. Because the devs made the modifiers kind of overpowered. Dude, it's crazy to me how I cannot find waystones. When, like... I have such insanity level clearing. I'll just do the map at a low tier. Why not? That's the thing, like, they nerfed those ice dudes so this shit doesn't one-shot you anymore. But they didn't nerf the meteor dudes. That's what I'm saying, they need a dude to just go through. They should have done it when making the values. But now that it's in the game, it's like, time to adjust. You know what I mean? When making the game, they should have ensured every enemy had damage values within a certain parameter. But now the game is like, you know, now that they've made all the enemies, now they need to go through and adjust every, like I'm telling you, they need to have a dude manually look through every single damaging enemy. What the hell? Swamp. They need to have a dude look through every single damaging enemy, mages in particular, and they need to have him, just like every single damage value needs to be adjusted. I don't know a better way to put it. I'm waking up here, chat. Ugh. So how's everybody's day been? Paranoid's been playing Monk. Tut-Tut's been playing Monk. The guy asking, no, this is not a... Thank you for rebuilding my fund for playing suboptimal builds. No problem, dude. I mean, the correct way to play this game right now, I would say, is to start the game, play whatever you want, it doesn't matter. Play through the campaign, have fun in the campaign, play through a second time, have fun a second time. Get to maps. Probably crush maps until tier 10. Start trying tier 15 maps. Get one shot 20 times in a row. Quit your character, start a new character. Unless you're playing a build that can AoE off-screen enemies without even really acknowledging they exist, there's really no point to playing the endgame right now. This game is balanced like shit. The more people that say it, the more maybe it'll be heard. That's what you did? Yeah. Dude, the endgame is just balanced like complete dog shit. It's abysmal. It's some of the worst balance I've seen in video games. Some builds literally AoE off-screen enemies and don't even, like... They literally don't even know that enemies exist because they're AoE off-screening them so hard. You're like so close to being good, buddy. So close. What was I gonna say? Some builds AoE off-screen enemies so hard they don't even acknowledge they exist. And other builds actually have to interact with the enemies and get one shot repeatedly. Yeah. I kind of, yeah. You're new to the game and homebrewing? I would just continue to do that. Honestly, the problem is... Why are they so tanky? The problem is maps are literally only designed for people that min-max builds and off-screen enemies with AoEs. They're not really designed for anything else. And the problem is the off-screening AoE builds are doing it in a fashion that are so absurdly overtuned. Like, they're not just... What's the right way to put this?
One down.
They're not just AoE... Like, look at that, dude. Like, I try to just shoot a motherfucker, and 2/3 my health bar is gone. I wonder which janky rare mod did it. I think that's how Path of Exile 1 was balanced, so the devs never really, like... Oh boy. We've got the corpse exploders. That means if I'm ever standing on a corpse, ever, for any reason, they can one-shot me from full HP. As I said, chat, they need to comb every single damage type in the game that enemies do. Ugh. Yeah, the problem is, they came up with a fun gameplay loop during the campaign, and then during the end game, it was like a crack addict going back to their crack. They were like, everyone must AoE off-screen every enemy because they all one-shot you with really hard-to-see abilities. And it's like, wow, this is shit. And the devs are like, ah, just like my grandfather used to make. How did Path of Exile 1 late game even get popular if that's all it was? I don't understand it. Did no one ever tell the devs, like, this is shit? I remember like every, God, it was like 20 years ago. Maybe not that long. 10 years ago. Maybe. I remember reading, because I actually do read this sort of shit. I remember reading a article written by a dude who, I can't remember, I think he worked on Diablo 2. I think it was Diablo 2. Don't quote me. I'm not trying to like, anyone remember Diablo 2? I think it was just written by a dude. And I remember him writing how difficult it was to design enemies for ARPGs because they only exist on the screen for a split second before getting AoE'd. So like, how can you make them interesting? And I remember even, I have to like, the enemies have, where is it? Monsters have 61% increased area of effect. So like, the visual of the enemy's attack isn't gonna sync up with like its actual effect. I'm not like exaggerating to be like a dick. I'm exaggerating because I don't want to get one shot. I remember thinking back then when the developer wrote that article, why not make it so the gameplay wasn't just off-screening enemies in 1 second or they one-shot you? And apparently, the popular sentiment taken away from people like that wasn't, let's make content that enemies and you can engage each other with. It was, okay, so obviously we're gonna AoE. Fuck's sake. Almost got one shot by walking near a corpse. What was I gonna say? I don't even know. I mean, it's like fun a little bit to like shoot people like this and all that chat, but it's also like really dumb that this is the only way to play the game right now. Holy shit. If you're not doing this, you're slapping down 300 divs to get best in slot strength gear so you can get 6k plus HP. Like, see, I could literally die in one hit walking on that corpse because the enemy can off-screen me too. Too often, and yes, I will keep complaining, too often I feel like the developers act like a bad DM of like Dungeons and Dragons, and they know how the players are gonna act and they know what they're gonna do, and they just drop a rock on your head. Like, oh, okay, so the loot drops on the bodies. What does the enemy do? He blows up the body to one-shot you. Like a fucking booby-trapped. Why do you think I've been I'm not doing this to be funny, chat. I'm trying to not get one shot. Like, I'm not doing this to be a meme. I'm like actually trying to not die. It's like I know he's back there, but like I don't know. Oh boy. So what's the best way to play it? You spam sparks, you spam ranger, and you clear enemies from so far off screen that they never get to touch you. I mean, I'm already at the point where I'm clearing them from pretty far off screen, but I guess the difference with my build is...
Well, that's one down.
I can't get around the walls very well, so I can't clear them on the other side of the wall. I could get around walls if I spec'd into it. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know, do I want to go in there? I think if they were gonna blow up the bodies, they would have done it by now, right? Okay.
Fire shot!
Dude, I noticed it the other day. Really quick, I noticed the other day how biased the developers are to mage builds and int builds and just off-screening. Go look at Spirit and look at all the passives in the game. Notice that literally over 1/2 the passives in the game right now from Spirit are designed for int. And I don't mean designed for, like, they're best with int. I mean, they literally require you to int stack to activate. Oh, how annoying. Did I not get a map from that? Oh, I got a tier 14. Alright, so enemies have elemental resist, but I have a decent amount of pen. It'll be annoying, but I can just brute force through it. I am impressed by your pun, Paranoid. Very good job. I need to keep my character still for a second. That resyncs it. If you ever start desyncing like that, it's because I'm shooting too much. So I like desync from the servers. It doesn't happen very often,
Another notch on me helmet.
but it happens enough.
Fool!
Yeah, I mean, I have 21% pen. Like, I'm not... not doing terrible. I mean, I'm easily able to get through here then, right? See, one-shots should be like the water hag. See, the water hag is a fun one-shot. She's easily recognizable. Her silhouette stands out. It has a cast time.
Beautiful.
Then even once cast, it then has a drown time. Okay, so breach is over here. So like, the water hag's a fine one-shot. I've been one-shot by it once, and I felt like it. Well, I wasn't happy about it, but at the same time, it's like, okay. But if you give other mages such high damage that they might as well be a one-shot, it really raises questions, doesn't it? Because those other mages don't have the downsides that the river hags do. The river hags are slow. Physically, they just don't walk around quickly, is what I mean. They get long cast times. Like, there's lots you can do to avoid the river hags. But detonate dead man, I'm not sure what I'm expected to do to avoid him, other than recognize he's there before I get one shot, and then completely alter my playstyle to jank, as they did last time. But you guys saw, like, they kept trying to do it. There were 2 times where I was being so overly cautious that I actually avoided it. It's like, you can't fault me for being stupidly overly cautious if I'm gonna get one shot.
One down.
I guess just be dead? What are you doing over there? I think the biggest issue the devs have you like get hit by that gas grenade? What are you doing? There you go. Not gas grenade, oil grenade. I think the biggest issue the devs have when you look at it is that they got so accustomed to players getting one shot and going back in the map and getting one shot and going back in the map. They got so accustomed to that that they didn't realize that their game design was shit, and the only reason it was moderately acceptable was because players could just go back into the map anyway. So it's like, they got the wrong idea that people actually liked that game design. One Life games need to have something in common. You don't fail because of any single screw up. No single screw up will ever be enough to kill you. No. One fail games succeed because you fail slowly and surely over long courses of time. And you need to be able to recover from failure. So for example, when you look at games like Noita, roguelikes, right? The reason those games work out... Oh my god. The reason those games work out isn't because of the one life system. It's because you fail in those games over like the course of 2-3 hours. Look at what are any of those roguelike games where you die on one life, I guess.
Bloody beautiful. No room.
So you don't screw up once, you have to like screw up 2, 3, 4 times, and then eventually it catches up with you and you can't progress anymore.
Go on.
I should have checked if that was any good first. Oh well. It's not good, chat. It's never any good.
Greetings. On with the work.
Okay. I was gonna compare it to my other unique, but it doesn't want me to, so whatever. Technically it could be good for me. Well, they rolled movement speed. You know, I think movement speed at 25% is about good. Dude, I went out and I just bought the cheapest 35 movement speed boots I could find. They're not even any good. They're literally just, I need movement speed boots. Like that's it. They're literally just boots with movement speed. Yeah, sorry to do that. I just bought them for like 2 exalted or some shit.
Fire shot!
I definitely have 50% movement speed increase after killing enemies. Do I? Let me think. That's why I'm able to run in guns so well. So I got 35%. Well, can I check out my character sheet? 34. That's... Let's see, it's 34, then 3, then 4. I guess not quite 50%. That doesn't make sense. I have 34%. I also have flat movement speed from... Are there diminishing returns on movement speed that you hit from one item? Not really doing a burn build, but okay. Wait, boots go up to 40%? I thought 35 was the cap. Are you telling me I can get more? Pain Lord.
Easy.
Joe, what do you think my odds are of clearing breaches
Bag of bones.
with my jank one single target AoE build? I really wish enemies.
Bloody beautiful.
I really wish when you did emergency reload, half the time, what happens when you emergency reload anyway is it reloads your weapon during the emergency reload animation, wasting you all your mana. It's kind of annoying. Like, what's the point of all that? Okay, where was the breach? Oh, of course. Well, that's why we got them 35 movement speed boots, chat. We're zooming. This is really fast. It's not very fast. I'll admit it, chat. You caught me in a lie. I mean, for this game, it's really fast. Honestly, for this game, it's probably too fast. Where's the... There we go. Okay. Chat, what do you think the odds are of me doing this breach?
Fire!
Last time I did a breach, I pretty much had it. I just want to build up my heat before I go in here.
No mana! All in a day's work. Fire shot!
That worked out, I'd say. I didn't die, so I get my loot. Woo!
Nice.
Time to relax. Chat, that was the relaxing. I got 10 shards for that. I thought that was gonna be better. I mean, I guess I didn't make it to many hands. I'll grant you that. Was that seriously it? Huh. I really thought I'd get more than 10. This character can't clear Zelth, by the way. It's actually impossible. It's not a meme. I literally can't do it because my choices are I can go sorcery ward. I can go sorcery ward, and that allows me to absorb 1 magical damage hit, but then I get 1 shot by physical damage. Or I could go without it, and then I get 1 shot by magical damage. So like, yeah. Which way, Western man? Does Kitty scream all the time? Not really. Yeah, it's pretty much only when I'm streaming she screams. I don't think she does it intentionally. Like, I'm trying to sleep. She just goes, like, if I wake up and I go on my phone, she walks in front of my phone and stares at me. Like, I'll be on my phone, like, you know, I'm like laying on my side of my phone, and she like walks right up in front of me. And then she just stares at me.
Speak.
She just looks at me dead in my eyes and stares at me, and I'm like, what? And she just stares at me. How much does that go for? Try 40. It's low life, good strength, fire resist. Rarity 29. 30 is probably not it. Let's try 30. Let's try 30. Maybe 25. Let's try 20. Is this one seriously not selling? Double elemental resist. Rarity. Triple elemental resist, really? What the fuck? Well shit, if that one's not selling, this one's never gonna sell. What happened to prices? Chat. Unfortunately for the bow here, except for the boots here, no movement.
Until next time.
Chat, give me opinions. Should I continue to try to do +4 bosses on this character? Or should I maybe lower their difficulty a bit? Hey man, I killed 1 boss so far. You know what? I'm gonna prove all you haters wrong. Evasive enemies don't affect me. These ones also don't affect me, not really. Seepage? That should be the one boss I just dodged, right? Chat, all I have to do is not get hit. Chat, all I need to do is not get hit.
Down!
Chat, all you need to do is not get hit, and when you not get hit, you don't get hit. Does it make sense to you yet, chat? Wasn't this a tier 15 plus irradiated? Shouldn't that be level 81 map? I have an idea, chat. I have an idea. See, I have a gun that obliterates everything, but every enemy in the goddamn game one-shots me. What does that remind you of? Actually, the key to Doom 2016 is when you realize most of the sync kills didn't even restore enough health to heal you from the enemies who were shooting you during it.
Rapid fire!
Chainsaw was good though. People underutilize the chainsaw, especially because it can get you BFG. Again, the hardest difficulty was all about not really playing it at the hardest difficulty. Even if you weren't abusing the OP weapons, it was about, what is killing me? My own blood. Nope, not yet. Let's try to find some replacement maps first.
Simple enough.
Oh, God, my ears. Is that another grader? Ugh, what am I gonna do with these?
Fire shot!
Oh, for fuck's sake. Go for Exalted? I mean, that's good. Is there any point to doing strong boxes? Because I've taken to just ignoring them outright.
Another notch on me helmet. Oh, better than coin. Fire shot!
Thank you, video game. Very cool with your UI. Okay. Are you serious? Well, I'm glad I chain slowed them before I released him, eh? Well, okay, we just got the boss, Chad. All I need to do is not get hit. Let's just build up heat. Where's my fucking grenade?
Need more time.
See, chat? All you need to do is not get hit. Any idiot can do it.
Bloody beautiful.
What is it?
Wow. This is useless.
Of course.
Does that actually go for anything? Does anyone want it? Let me check me old trading website. You must log in to continue. I'm literally logged in on my other fucking tab. Okay, what's it called? Ghost? Is it Ghost? Ghost right. Ghost right. I guess for one. No one gives a shit. What do you mean no one sells it? I'm literally looking at 7 pages of them.
Greetings. On with the work.
Ooh. I'll be honest, I'm gonna roll that. Nah. Nah, dead rolled too many times, chat. Wait, you can't disenchant that. Why?
Time
Whatever.
is not on our side.
Well, we refilled our stock. So here's the question. Are there any 4 links I actually want to use right now?
Not yet.
I was contemplating gas grenade, but I just can't get gas grenade to be good. Okay, that's a pretty good effect though, the kaboomy, but I don't really know. Should I be doing these things? Like, I just stockpile them. Do people buy them? Can I just sell like 20 of them? If I amulet? It's fine, it's just a Giga Magic Find amulet. Life! It's alright. Fine. It doesn't really have any... I mean, it's just the magic find. Heldrick, you just can't understand what it's like to just kill a man.
What can I do for you?
Maybe I'll look over amulets. Yeah, I mean, they're obviously better. The problem is I need magic find, because it's just really overpowered. Like, I'm making so many exalteds off magic find. Like, holy shit, it's stupid. No wonder exalted is just becoming, like, worthless. Because... once you get some magic find, you're getting 3 to 4 per map. They're just starting to drop like candy. You know? Let me see if I can find any boots here. Well, the main thing is I'm trying to think of a way to make armor and evasion good. Like, the problem is I have armor and evasion up. I've got decent amounts of each, right? But, like, I don't know. I got a really good chest with armor and evasion. I guess my helmet, but once again, we're looking at a 51 increased rarity. Problem is, I don't really have increased rarity on any of my other gear because I've been buying bargain bin. I'm kind of just relying on 2 pieces of gear to do, well, pretty much everything. It's got the problem with rarity. I love my chest piece. What did he want? God, I put that up so long ago. Someone finally wants it, huh? That looks like an exalted to me. Why not just have an automated auction house at this point? Because the problem is, new players are just trading one exalted and hoping people actually respond. Like, the problem is, there's decent starter gear, like the one I was just selling there, and it helps him out immeasurably because he can actually get in the game and start playing it. But the problem is, no one puts it up because no one wants to waste their time for one exalted. So, like, if you want players to be able to get into the game after the game starts, right? If you want players to be able to get into the game and actually, because, like, when a season starts, people are putting up shit for one exalted nonstop. They're trying to trade up, right? But, like, a month into the season, no one gives a shit about exalted. Is a problem. I'm trying to think. What is the easiest way? I mean, the easiest way to improve my gear at this point is to get divinity, right? But the thing is, the market is competing with people who just sit there and do nothing but trade and roll maps nonstop. Forever and ever and ever. Oh, man. I have a tower to do. I need a shit map for that tower. I think I did about all I could with this build. I'm gonna be real with you, chat.
Undead wretch!
The maps just kind of get legitimately unfun. The getting one shot, the having to grind ludicrous amounts of time to get minor gear upgrades, the playing the same maps over and over again, the fact you get one shot by a boss and you no longer get to try that boss again. Why does it randomly... I must have pressed some Q on accident. Yeah, but farming isn't interesting. Even if I have a build that I'd want to play, I'd almost rather just play through the campaign again on that build than even try to attempt to play the late game. The late game's just not fun. It's like I want to play through it because like I want to play my character, right? But like the content they have is just ugh. It's like they've fine-tuned, expertly crafted the worst goddamn build you've ever seen for their late game. Dude, the most cope thing I've seen lately, in my opinion, is all the people saying, like, armor was good in PoE1. You just needed armor, endurance charges, gear that converted damage to other kinds of damage. And I'm just sitting here like, so you didn't need armor, you needed, like, 5 other mechanics. They're like, no, but it was good then. I'm like, uh-huh. It's so weird. Oh, quad. What is that, a Gatling gun? No, dude. It's a crossbow. Energy Shield Titan. How did he equip his two-handed weapon then? You gotta need to min-max everything onto strength. Reduced attributes. That's kind of a lazy man's way to do it. Real men just go 600 strength. That's how real men do it, chat. Oh boy, breaches have increased monster density in my maps. Surely that won't kill me. Oh no! Oh, here we go. Increased pack size as well. Here we go. Wait, so he just did Titan, but then he just traveled into Witch and chose Witch? That's what he did? Well, I mean, they're back in the office, right? So maybe we get an update soon? Maybe Strength Dex gets some survivability, question mark? Yeah, I rolled a Witch Hunter thinking, like, oh, this will be fine. It is fine, but, like, holy shit, you get the late game, and you realize the devs did not give this any survivability. At least with the armor. I mean, I'm not saying armor was good, but, like, at the very least, the small enemies stopped hurting me, right? So I felt like I did something going, right? But holy shit. With armor evasion gear, I'm like, what am I doing?
Another notch on me helmet.
Okay, so breach is down here.
Powerful!
I guess my question is... By the way, it's been all but soft let's say soft confirmed that yes, the developers did intend that you have one character who AoEs all the maps and gets you to the bosses, and then you have a second character that just kills all the bosses in one hit. I don't know why they did that, but they did. That's why the Atlas works the way it does. You level 2 characters. One character clears all the maps. The second character one-shots the boss. If you've been wondering why the bosses are so ludicrously, like, one-shotty, yes, they literally intend you run up to it, freeze it, then two-shot it. That is their intent. No, I'm not joking. Why do they have so many funny one-shot mechanics? It literally is supposed to punish you for not one-shotting the boss. It's supposed to, from what I can tell, it's supposed to be like, oh man, you didn't one-shot the boss? Oh, you're bad at this game. So then they one-shot you to punish you. Yeah, there are some builds that can do both, no doubt.
Easy.
But yeah, the general idea is that go on Sparks Mage, farm 30 maps, get Breach, go on Ranger, two-shot boss. Repeat, repeat. I say this with all the love in my heart. I've never seen developers more out of touch with what the player base actually wants. Player base is like, I want my build to get to late game so then I can fight tough bosses. Devs are like, okay, so you're gonna one-shot the bosses. The player base is like, no. And then they're like, by farming to the content to them with your AoE one-shot character. And the player base is like, no. And the devs are like, you'll enjoy it. Then we'll put in all these death effects so the game continues to, and the player base is like, no. Devs are like, in order to keep it challenging, we'll make it so you only get one shot at it. Better hope your build is min-max. And the player base is like, no. Why does this room look like this? This is not a boss fight. What the fuck?
Another notch on me helmet. Bloody beautiful.
Close, but no. Okay, let's go get our ass kicked. Let's go get our ass kicked by that breach then. To be fair, if you meticulously play SSF with multiple characters and you keep storing everything that could be good, you'll eventually get enough decent looking gear. Okay, so what are some good nodes for me to look for? Honestly, I think the jewel slots are my best nodes. Not gonna lie. That's not a lot of damage. Huh. Okay, let's build up our heat. Get in the proper thought process for it, right? I need my heat. Okay, let's do a reload right before.
Fire! All in a day's work.
There's nothing here. Nothing there. Well, that sucked. I couldn't find shit. Honestly, if I can survive the early breach, it's not too bad. If I can get, like, to not die when they're all spawning directly on me, I can get through it. But if I get spawned on, I've got a high chance of just dying instantly. Yeah, the thing about trials, and a lot of people don't realize this, again, this goes into the developer intent. The developers very much intend that you play through the game on multiple characters. They want you to start each season. From what I can tell, they want you to start each season with a spark spammer that just easily clears all the content and gets through it really easy. But then what happens is they want you, after that, then you have your other characters go through, right? And let me show you guys this, just so you see I'm not like bullshitting here. Oh, right. So what you do is, on your second and third characters, is you go through here, and then you just stack all these relics here with like movement speed, honor, resist. If you can find the merchant ones, that's good. And if I had a new character, right? If Cross Shins 2 came through, he would have all these relics available to him still. So like I could, this is a good one. So let's take these two out. And, actually, So what we do here... Now it's bugged out. We go here and then our next character goes through, right? Now he's got 3 more choices on merchants, so he can get whatever he wants pretty good on merchants. He's got, actually, didn't I get a pretty good... Thought I get better than that, but okay. So much honor resistance do we have? We've got 10, 19, 30, 39, 50. Yeah, so we got the cap. We've got 77, but technically 75% honor resistance. So this is really good. Now I roll through on a warrior. I only take 25% of the honor damage. Did you guys roll through on warriors, by the way? And you're like, this is impossible. It's because the devs wanted you to run through it on a mage first and then make it super easy for your warrior. And then you see that, chat? Then you roll through here. So I got movement speed. I got the merchant as additional choice. I got all this shit. I mean, when you look at it from this perspective, you're like, oh. But like, yeah, the problem is no one wanted this. I feel like, as Erebus would call it over and over again in his internal meme, sorry, infernal meme, he would say, the vision, the vision, the vision. Their vision is terrible. And it's like, it makes sense in a way. Like, I get it. I look at their vision and I'm like, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm like, this makes sense. Yeah, no, when you put it like that, when you phrase it like that, like, I understand. And then I go, this is fucking shit though. Did I really only get 1 catalyst off that whole breach? I feel like I was trashing the breach, dude. I was killing every rare so easy. God damn. How annoying.
What can I do for you?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a good vision. I'm just saying, like... Honestly, it's like, problem. You know. Problem is, it's like a good starter item, but no one's actually gonna go buy it. It's like a good, you got to level... Oh boy, so we're already running out of tier 15s. Didn't I just do a map and restore it? What is a wetlands boss? Can I do that with my stupid build, or am I gonna get kerploded? Okay, let's do this one on the boss, and then I guess we'll just do burning ground here. Chimera? Oh, Chimera's not bad from what I remember. If it does gorilla, it's not bad.
Watching you from beyond this world.
Fire!
Can you feel?
Devs be like, we want slow tactical gameplay. Literally spawns a fucking pack of muggers around me, dude. They literally spawned adjacent. What the shit was that? They spawned on either side. Dude, there's no way I can remove Wind Dancer because honest to God, Wind Dancer is the only thing that allows me to survive situations like that. That enemies get a slight hit stun before they just absolutely wreck my ass. Honestly, the best thing I can think is that they threw the late game together from a different team. I'm trying to stay in the fog, but it actually moves so far away. Cool. Thank you, game. Oh boy, 3 simulacrum splinters. Honestly, by my 9th character, I might finally see the boss, chat. Oh wait, I've heard it's not even a boss, it's just a wave battle. The best thing I can think of is the devs didn't like when they say they took time off to quick make the late game. Do they mean they literally ported it from Path of Exile 1? Because, like, no offense. Actually, yes, offense intended. I don't know why I keep saying no offense. Yes, I do mean offense. You can tell, for example, with Delirium, that they just directly ported it over from Path of Exile 1. Because there are multiple maps right now where Delirium doesn't work. And it wants you to go over areas that you literally cannot walk to. You'll be playing a map like this, and it tells you, like, hey man, go into the water. And you're like, thanks, Metalocalypse. You'll be playing other maps. The Delirium's like, you should throw yourself off that cliff now. If they're made on the same engine, I'm starting to suspect they literally just ported them, code and all.
Fire shot!
That's a good question too. That's like actually starting to like irritate me, dude. Why are the devs so radio silent about all of this? Not even like a PR piece. Not even nothing. Not even like, oh man, we've heard some complaints about the late game. No, just nothing. It's like so weird to me. Like, who launches a game, becomes one of the most popular games on the planet for a little bit in time, and then just takes a month off when people have like some serious questions about your game, you know? They were like, hey, what up with this thing? And they're like, Christmas break, bye. You're like, are you serious?
Bloody beautiful.
Are they serious? Hello? Even a little PR piece.
Burn!
Dude, just like temporarily as a stopgap, make it infinite lives per map. That's all I really want. Like, obviously there's more work to be done, but as a dude who, I mean, you see me, right? Like, I just constantly play whatever build is fun. Like, it sucks right now that you get a build to be fun and at the very least, like, viable enough. And then you get to late game and you realize, oh, right, yeah, I just get one shot over and over. So the AoE off map clears, they're just like AoEing the map, not really dying or... Kitty, what are you doing? They're not really dying or experiencing the terror, but everyone who actually like tries to play their new abilities and stuff, the Path of Exile 2 builds, if you want to call it like that, they're dying and losing a shitload of progress, and generally just having a miserable time in the late game. That's what I'm saying, dude. Just like, okay, so you don't have the time to comb through all the mob damage. Okay, that's fine. Like, whatever. Like, you're on Christmas break. Like, you need your holidays, right? But, like, do a stopgap then. Say, like, we're gonna bring back the one death system, but for now, things aren't finely tuned and we don't feel comfort. That's like, that's it. That's all you gotta do.
Another notch on me helmet.
Some of the effects in this game are so cool, though, like that one. I think the biggest issue the devs are gonna have is they're gonna make they're gonna make Diablo 4 more popular. Oh, so someone data mined it. Wait. No fucking way. No, so data mined it. Any gear with armor has a movement speed penalty. Well, I shouldn't say any gear. Your shield gives you a movement speed penalty if it has armor, and your body armor gives you a movement speed penalty if it has armor. And they stack. So you get a negative 10% movement speed penalty if you're using a shield and armor.
Go on.
Could they maybe add a system? This one's not even bad. Trade that away. Get two. What do we call it, chat? What's my lingo? Eggs? Nah, fuck it. Someone take it for one. That's worth more than one, but actually, his ring's not bad. Wait. Where am I getting all my fire resist? Right, from sockets. Literally, fuck off. Fuck off, devs. Fuck off. No, I'm not being salty, chat. Fuck off. Seriously. This is so annoying. I need to go get water. This game, this entire game is a madhouse. Okay. Okay. So I thought I could maybe replace my belt because I kind of had a cheap belt with a shitload of resistances, so I could try to swap it around. Nope. Right, kitty? Kitty says mew. 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 Come here. Kitty, you got grabbed. I want to change out my clothes, chat. I hadn't changed since yesterday. I kind of just woke up and I was like, yeah, let's play some Path of Exile. And then I played some Path of Exile and I was like, why did I decide to do this? Quickly, my decisions hit me like a truck and I thought, ah, fuck. Is it worth losing 4% more? Oh wait, that one's only 9% rarity. Shoot. Well, here's the thing. We could go from 9... I mean, okay, but wait, don't I just lose the damage I gained? I gain a tiny bit of damage. I get a tiny bit of damage to do what? To get 1% more rarity. Lose my chaos resist. I'll be real, chat. It's like really good, but I don't really want to fuck around with all my gear. Try to find, like, dude, the problem with this game is that it sucks. Quote me. Are any of these things I put in here any good? A lot of them actually were, but I can't afford... I can't lose my rarity. Right? You need like perfect fucking rolls. You're like, okay, it's got agility, physical on hit, fire on hit. You're like, okay, so far, great ring for your build. Life, rarity, lightning resist. You're like, ah, fuck! Needed to be fire. Shit. I'll just keep checking the trade chat for the next 27 years. Something will pop up. Easier. I mean, I could use your stuff. I'm not sure if I want to use your stuff. Well, so that one's good for sure, but the only problem is this one has more rarity. And I kind of can't afford to lose rarity. With map modifiers, I'm near 200%. And the thing is, I literally get more currency, therefore I get more gear, therefore I get to play the game more. Yeah. Maxing res is like, Dude, how much has gear quality gone up in the last few days? The problem is gear quality just continues to go up and up and up and up and up on the market. All these items, I'm kind of running into the same trap other people do. Where it's like you put a gear up on the market thinking it's going to be good. And then the problem quickly becomes that, like, nobody wants it because it's so out of date. But it's not really out of date.
What can I do? On with the work.
I wish it was like a way you could just give shit away. But that would make the game too easy, wouldn't it? Problem is, my build is kind of min-max like a motherfucker outside of HP. Replacing that item's not gonna happen. This item I found really good. You know what? I gotta check, chat. I'm wondering, is it, okay, serious question, for anyone who actually knows, is rogue armor considered the toppy-tieriest armor for armor decks? Because I've been looking around, it's the only one that has an inherent modifier, but its inherent modifier is not particularly amazing. I mean, you know, uses like as a life. Well, there's like nothing on the... I think no one is putting those items up on the market, if you want me to be real. I think strength... Like, I had such an easy time finding armor. Even if it was like super expensive, I could find armor. Strength decks, though, I literally can't find.
Ugh, I don't got the boots for this.
Like, I literally just can't find strength dex gear. Like, it's just not on the market. If you search up pure armor chestplate, there's so many in so many different builds, varieties, everything. Right? But when you search up, is it dying or is it YouTube? My internet's probably fine. Otherwise I'd have been disconnecting.
All in a day's work.
What did I pick up? I haven't seen this map before. How come they have like 30 maps for their atlas, but like they all never use the same 3? It's so weird to me. Chat, I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it right now. I'm gonna die to a corpse explosion from a body that's on the ground. Like one of these or something that I just barely...
Need a sec. Ooh, better than coin. Fire shot!
I can't do anything about the stream stuttering, Chad. As a youth, made a mistake to not buy YouTube. And therefore, I do not own it. Yeah, this is not an SMG. Okay, this is a crossbow. This is what crossbows look like. I don't know how to be the one to tell you, but...
Rapid fire! Easy.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand. Is this not what you expected when you heard that this game was gonna have a crossbow class? Is this not the gameplay that you imagined? This is the gameplay I imagined. People came up to me. He said, "What the fuck do you mean the crossbow is gonna shoot like an assault rifle?" I said, "Yes." And they said, "And it'll have an assault... sorry, an underslung grenade launcher?" And I was like, "Yes." And they were like, "Okay, I'm not really believing you." And I was like, "And it'll have a rocket launcher." And they're like, "Well, that seems more likely." And I was like, "It'll also be a sniper rifle." And they were like, "You mean like it'll shoot high-powered shots?" I'll be like, "No, like an actual sniper rifle." Yeah, we're not touching that thing. No, sir. Do not the breach, chat. Do not the breach. Okay, he's gonna have to stop blocking eventually. Ha! Fool. Changing tactics? No. Shooting him even more? There you go, Chad. Kitty, remember last time you meowed at me? And I went to pick you up because you don't know how to just jump on my lap? Remember that? Yeah? And what happened? I died. Yeah? Because you didn't want to jump up? This map is actually cool. I like this map. So that's what frustrates me most about this game. It's like really well made for how frustrating it is.
My pockets are full.
Kitty, come here. Meow at me and look at me and stare at me expectantly to pick you up. And you're like, meow, meow, meow. And you're like, please, please pick me up. Please, please. And I pick you up. And now what? And now you're happy? And you cuddle in and you're like, yay. You didn't do anything, kitty. Wow, it's really bad. Why don't I even pick that up? Does anyone want this? Put this up for like 1 exalted. Is someone gonna buy it?
Greetings. I'll be here, waiting.
You get way more tablets than you need. What do you think about that one, kitty? Meow, meow, meow.
Weak animal!
Yeah, he took the Chuko Nu design and just created a better crossbow than that. That's why it's better. It shoots faster. Kind of weirded out that the rares are so close to the boss.
One down. Who's next? Ooh, nice.
Nice! Some people are like, no, you can't just shoot the shielded guy over and over. No, you gotta play fair. Play fair, don't just keep shooting him with your gun. Holy shit, I haven't seen this guy as a boss in a late game. What? Oh. Clever girl. I'm gonna... Okay. Sorry, chat, my paranoia kicked in. Game's like, here's a divine. Come take it. Take it from me. Here's the game, chat. Here's the game.
You can't enter the United Nations with that weapon.
It's all right, soldier. Mr. Sampson is my bodyguard.
Just the same, Doctor. No weapons allowed. I'll have to confiscate it.
Go ahead. Take it from me.
Go on.
Okay. No. Close, but no. Haven't I got like 17 of these fuckers? Honestly, this would be such a good weapon for leveling.
What can I do?
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's good uniques and stuff. They look fun. Fire cold. Increased energy shield recharge rate.
Time is not on our side.
I don't know. That rolled like 3 good modifiers. I'm gonna start at like 20. Lower it later. Focus. I mean, that's like 40-40, right? 40-40 increased energy shield. I mean, the energy shield recharge rate is really good too, right? They got 20. Honestly, with how well that rolled, let's just start 40. I'll put it down from there. But let's see.
Hello.
You don't often get perfect rolls like that.
Until next.
Really sucks that 90% of your time is spent disenchanting shit rares because the game hates you. I didn't spec out a bossing, right? Yeah. I still have +4 boss difficulty. Huh. So, like... Is this character done? Like, all I did is stack on-hit modifiers on a character who shoots 27 times a second. Yeah. But these gloves are 3 exalted too. I'm the only motherfucker in the entire planet doing a build this stupid, chat. There's just no way I could ever replace this gear. That's what's frustrating. It's got a dead roll on it I could replace. Both of these have dead rolls on them that I could replace. But good fucking luck getting to it. I mean, I'm totally fine upgrading my gear. Like, I think upgrading your gear is totally cool. I think everyone likes upgrading their gear. Problem in this game, so far as I see it, What's my next build? I kind of wanted to do a sniper rifle build, but I don't know how it would break enemies' armor. Chad, how could I break enemies' armor? How could I do that? How could I break their armor from long enough range for the sniper? Well, it's because too many of these games, the correct way to do an ARPG late game, hear me out on this one. I'm gonna roll it out for you, chat, and explain it all for you perfectly. Is what you do. Okay. You take the end game like this, right? But what you do is once you do the +1, then the +2, then the +3, then the +4 boss, right? Then you do the pinnacle boss. Then let's say you do the pinnacle boss +1. And in my situation, you get infinite retries on maps. So like, maybe not infinite retries, but let's say at least 5. So that like you actually get a decent shot at it. In that situation, you're then transported to the +1 world. And your world resets. And now instead of expert gear, you get master crafted. And master crafted on average, instead of the rolls being like on average like 1 to 10, sometimes it can go up to 12 or 13. Now in master crafted, it always rolls like +1, +2, let's say. So instead of dex rolling like 1 to 10, it rolls like 3 to 12. Maybe even go more, maybe like a +4. So it's like a noticeable shift, you know? Okay, so what is this, crypt? Well, we might as well do tower to boost it, right? Wait, I didn't finish wetlands? Cool map though, I did like it. No, map's complete. Oh wait, wasn't there a breach? Okay, chat, time to go die. I love dying. Honestly, people complain about the late game being grindy too, but as long as you can clear the maps above your level by spamming them from range. Yeah, I was pretty much getting a level and a, well, not a level per map, but I was getting like, half a level per map pretty quickly. Like, this character rapidly did that last little bit of progress. There we go. Okay. Let's charge the heat up first.
Fire! One down. Who's next?
Yeah, we just need a stream of fire. We cannot stop shooting. Oh! Miss any hands?
Bloody beautiful!
What did I get for mana? I actually went with a pretty ingenious strategy. I clicked my mana potion. Some people call this cheating.
Me pockets are full.
My pockets are full. Did so many people ask me to, like, what did you do to fix your mana? And then I'm just sitting here like, mana potion. People are like, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Cool weapon. Kind of want to level a character to use it, but it'll suck that you only use it like level 38 until maps. What's the point of that, chat? I don't know why it, like, won't let me just shift it in my inventory. But okay.
What can I do for you?
Almost good. Someone will probably buy that. Well, probably not, to be honest. Almost good.
I'll be here, waiting.
Why did I pick you up?
Hello. On with the work.
Will anyone buy this? It's a 144%. Or like 10. Okay, no one quick bought this. So let's try 20. How many shards did I get? I only got 17 from that. I feel like I was clearing that shit super easy. The fuck happened, chat? It's definitely whipping its ass. Hmm.
Go on.
What do you got? It's like a good starter item once again, but it's like, whatever. Ooh.
On with the work.
I'm actually gonna... Okay. No, I mean light radius. I'll be able to see better. And I don't think there's anything I can do with this, right? Right, kitty? Meow, kitty. Meow, kitty. Meow, kitty. Kitty
What
goes
can I do for you?
mew. I hate disenchanting it, but like, ugh.
Time is not on our side.
How did that guy craft 2 fire rings with fire resist, fire damage, increased fire damage? How did he do it twice? How did he do that twice? very quickly realizing, I think my chest piece is one of the best ones on the market, ironically. I'm not sure how I got this so cheap. I'm like looking at replacement potentials and I'm like, how the fuck did I get something that good? Multiple leeches can occur simultaneously. Can... 27 a second piercing enemies occur simultaneously? And take that chaos damage out for agility? We'd have, like, damn. I guess my boots low rolled decks. You look at it from that perspective. Because boots can't have 150 HP ever. How good are my boots anyway? In all honesty, they're not bad. That's the problem. I pretty much have the greatest of the shit gear you can get. Like, of all the shit gear, I've got, like, king of the shit gear right now. Yeah, I'm not really... That's a problem you run into with characters like this. At this point, you're grinding for 20 billion hours to do what? To do what? I don't want to do I don't want to do ground. That one can also just kill you. The stun buildup. You just die. Kind of fucking sucks. Oh boy, all my maps suck. Fuck. I guess we just go with you then. Chad, I am the king of the shit gear. Have you seen my gear? I'm king of the shit gear.
Fire!
I think I've literally only put about 50 exalted and 1 divine into my entire set. Are there any dead rolls on my weapon, I wonder? Let's look here. The critical damage bonus and the mana leech is pretty dead. Because to be honest, the mana leech is just so bad. Like, it's so low that it might as well not exist. If I got some on hit on my weapon, particularly a good roll of on hit, I could probably get like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 more damage out of my weapon. Not sure I didn't die there. I love these effects.
that's one
They're
down.
so cool.
Fire shot!
Once again, a small delay before my attack goes off. Annoying, that one. Ow. The fuck? Oh, when I get more attack speed, it bugs out. Because the game doesn't like it when you attack more than 100 times a second. So it literally doesn't apply when I'm standing still. When I'm moving, it's just like, no, no. I think it's actually shooting more than 5 shots. By the way, I'm pretty sure it's shooting more than 5 shots in those bursts, and it's only counting it as 5. Because 5 shots would not be one-shotting literally everything. Did I leave something back there? I don't remember. I'll just wait. You all dead yet? Don't lie. Did I forget something back here? I don't think I did. Did I? The Mark didn't train for that much recoil. I'm not sure he trained for recoil in his crossbow at all. I'm pretty sure crossbows are kind of known for not having recoil. And yet, you can clearly see him straining a bit on this. There we go, chat. I forgot about my exalted. It was right there for me. You increase skill and movement speed. Let's see if I do the boss on this, if I just kill myself, or if it actually works. Chat, vote now with your phones. Do I kill myself, or does this actually work? Ow! Oh! Ow!
Rapid fire!
True. Religion is dangerous, chat. Mercenary is so cool. I wish atheist Soldier of Fortunes were real. Shit, that was no copium. I aced that shit. Honestly, I'm gonna say it. Should I order coffee and eat coffee today, or get actual food? Ah, shit. That bagel place I like is doing buy one, get one free again. Well, I don't know, it's kind of hard to turn that down, not gonna lie. All the places I like to order food from are so popular that I have to order there at like specific times, especially because they do really good deals where you can get them pretty cheap. That's the best part. It's not even expensive. Let's get more life and accuracy. This is less life and accuracy. When you leech from a hit, allies in your presence also leech the same amount of life. Imagine this game was an MMO.
Hello.
Because I can't literally imagine any reason
be here.
that they added shit like that in. It's weird. Okay, so I'm pretty good at clearing the tier 15s now, chat. It kind of just comes down to staying at range and not interacting with them. Although to be fair, I did increase my armor and evasion a little bit. I got some better gear for that. So like, I did notice I am able to soak some hits. Like, when I get sideswiped by the dude's elbow when he's swinging, it didn't kill me in one hit anymore. So that's good. That's good. Get moon rations, freeze by direct. Get 1 evasion rating per 1 armor of equipped gloves. Who wrote this shit? Chat, okay, here's a serious question. Do you think they hired the Diablo 4 developers to do the Mercenary skill tree? Recovers 2.5% of life when surrounded. Bro, devs. What? Here's a serious question. If anyone that's played Path of Exile 1, here's one thing that I wonder about the developers. And maybe you can clue me in on this one because I'm just not getting it. Like, how come I can get 15% increased armor or 12% increased armor and evasion rating? Why not 15% increased armor and evasion rating? It's not like the gear gives more. Like, the gear has more total armor and evasion rating because armor and evasion rating don't synergize with each other. Do you get it? They made that. I remember specifically, I paid Path of Exile. I paid. I mean, I was an early backer. Yes. But I played it at launch. Split gear was considered absolute trash tier worthless. So the devs giga buffed its base stats so it gave more. Because when you split your stats, it's worth less, right? But then, like, why do the nodes then give less of a percentage? So that slowly and surely, eventually, once you reach late game, they become worse. Well, that's the thing. You can do iron reflexes, and I'm starting to wonder if I really just should. Wait, but I hold over from PoE1 where you could convert evasion to armor, but both modifiers would apply to the final amount. Does that actually work, though? Wait. I gotta test that now. So if I go iron reflexes. Nah, it fucking sucks. What? Who? It's not even adding them together. I should be 9,000. How do I end up with less? Noticeably less. What the fuck? Okay.
Know what I was thinking.
Apparently, dummy, it does not double dip anymore. I really want them to look at Mercenary and do some work. The semi-tanky shotgunner is definitely a class that could be cool and fun, but I feel like he's just weirdly slammed with the worst fucking decisions you've ever seen in your life. As for you, Paranoid Hug, bro, half the Mercenary talents are the, like, look. For 20% more damage, I reduce my projectile speed. 25% okay, I want you to look at this one real quick. 25% chance for projectiles to pierce enemies within 3 meters of you. I want you to look at this. Ingrain it into your brain. Really analyze it. I want you to stare at this thing with your soul. Okay? So, yeah. This is why I flipped over into the significantly better archer talents over here. Holy shit, it's one-sided. It's not even that Mercenary sucks, it's that, like, they have two different kinds of balancing. There's balancing for Rangers, then there's balancing for Mercenary. And it feels like Ranger, either they need to go through and start clipping every single Ranger skill node to be slightly weaker, or they need to go through and buff Mercenary. Here's the thing. As Mercenary, I was able to clear through the campaign just fine, and it felt right. Mercenary and Warrior actually feel about balanced. Ranger and Witch, well, not Witch, the Sorcerer, whatever the fuck their class is, feel like hilariously overtuned. And yeah. I'm not really sure what the fuck happened there. They're gonna have to make some serious decisions because, like, again, let me explain it. It's not just one thing. It's like all the ranger nodes are just laughably overtuned compared to the crossbow nodes. Even when you look at like their first starters, you can get 8% attack speed and projectile speed. Their defensive one is movement speed, evasion, and dex. So I can either get 8 attack speed or 15% increased damage and 30% increased stun buildup against enemies within 2 meters. This one sets you up with a huge multiplier for the entire rest of the campaign. This one is a little bit of damage. "15% chance to pierce an enemy, 15% increased projectile damage. 15% increased projectile damage. Projectiles have a 10% chance to chain from terrain." Dude, there's 2 kinds of games right now. There's the Ranger game and the Sorcerer game, and then there's everyone else. And the devs are gonna have to need to make a serious... Like, this is why I say going on vacation was a terrible decision, dude. Like, holy fuck. Because I said it before they went on vacation. Here's the problem. Now everyone is used to it because they've all played Ranger and they've all played Sorcerer. And now everyone expects that to be the level of power. I see it all the time. People saying, "Why are you playing Mercenary? You could just play Ranger. Why are you playing Warrior? You could just play Sorceress. Why are you doing this when you could do that overpowered thing," right? But that's the thing. All these people are getting to late game with these classes now and thinking this is how the game is. But it's not. For the vast majority of the game, that's not how the game is. It's only for those two. So the problem is, if the devs go through and they take the time, they nerf pretty much every Ranger skill node, and they nerf their abilities, and they put the +1 projectile thing on like a 3-second timer, and they nerf cast on like a 3rd time, which, by the way, people truly believe cast on is basically not even worth using, and I'm just like, what the fuck? You can see it, literally go to Reddit, you'll see it all the time. Cast on is like, they're like, they over nerfed it, they need to buff it back. And I'm like, bro, you are literally doing in 1 second the amount of DPS. Like, you are literally in 1 second doing the DPS I could do in like 30. Not even exaggerating. It's like, holy fuck. You really think this is undertuned? You're like, well, it used to be a lot better. And I'm like, bro. You have literally done 40 million damage in 1 second. To get even close to that, Warrior would need to use Hammer of God bleed. Like, it's just not close. In these sorts of games, you've got the typical attack speed, damage, crit, right? Attack speed multiplies your damage, crit multiplies your damage, then flat damage gives you the flat damage modifiers, right? That's like a typical build. So in that world, this build has 2 different forms of multipliers, maybe even a 4th form if you can get critical damage. There's 4 forms of multipliers. Then you can probably get jank stats like armor reduction or shit like that that multiplies you further. This is generally considered to be your generic, extremely good scaling build. Those builds in this game cannot even get to a 10th of the damage the top tier builds are doing. Now you can say, well, they haven't put in proper crit itemization. They haven't put in proper blah, blah, blah. But like, the fact is, I'm clearing the tier 4 bosses right now. I am beating them with this class, with this dude. And I'm not really like, I'm using kind of jank bargain bin items that I just found on the market. So like, I'm not feeling like I'm laughably underpowered. I feel like damage is too high, for sure.
Reloading.
I feel like strength dex defenses are pretty shit. I can agree with that one, right? But like, I don't really feel like I'm like really underpowered. I don't feel like the content is like crushing me. Like, if you nerfed my content, I'd be like, all right. What's the thing? Okay, so let's say I took off the helmet with Magic Find. What is it really doing for me? It's got Magic Find. It's got fire resist, lightning resist. No, I mean, it's got 27 HP. Bit of armor that doesn't synergize with me that well. Realistically, I mean, does this helmet really help me kill bosses? It helps me get exalted orbs. But like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but even while building this character, the exalted in my inventory have gone up by 30. My divs have gone up by 2. I'm literally generating more resources with this character that I'm not even using. So yeah. Backwash. What's backwash again? 1 div 4 weeks in a league is bargain bin. Well, yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? Jed, I just play the game. I don't design it. I might die here. I'm getting the monsters 200% more increased stun, so I'm gonna get hit stunned. Plus his +2 levels, so I might die. But maybe not. Probably not. Remember, all my shots maim. I maim and blind on hit. That's how I've managed to stay alive, by the way, if you've been wondering. I maim and blind on hit. So all these enemies I'm shooting at from this range can't even catch me because they're all slowed. Yeah, see? I'm just playing this like it's Helldivers at this point. I call this the Helldivers build. Actually, I don't think even Helldivers one-shot you as hard as this game does. Just sucks that once we do breaches, my slow tactical combat goes out the window, and it becomes all about just like, do the damage, the DP's S's. To be honest, saving up all my divs is probably the only way I could get my warrior to be good anyway. Everyone keeps memeing about like, oh man, once warrior gets 80% in every resistance, 2 top tier weapons, 6k HP, they can one-shot everything and tank, and I'm like, wow. Can they? That's crazy. I mean, the main thing of rapid fire is it does so much DPS that you don't really need to AoE on it. Not really. Like, I can clear breaches. It's a bit, it's not like smooth, I'll say, but like if I can get out of the early of the breach, I'm gonna call it the early breach, it's pretty good. It's just when it spawns every enemy right on top of me that I'm like, all right, cool. Slow, methodical gameplay, right? But a lot of people underestimate that rapid fire does so much damage that even if it doesn't AoE, through the campaign I was using it to clear enemies just fine. It just does so much DPS that like you're just gonna like single target down the enemies in a pack. Like, I have a pretty good Pierce chance here, yes, but like, most of these enemies, they're dying pretty easy. The real key, Chat, you wanna know the key? I'm gonna give you a secret. It's Witch Hunter. That's what I'm saying, like, unless they nerf the fuck out of Ranger, they're gonna have to buff the other classes to the point where, like, they won't even be that fun to play. I keep saying it, but the key to this whole shenanigans is Witch Hunter, because I have Culling Strike and Decimating Strike. So, basically, all my little bullets are reducing their max HP instantly, and then culling them when they get low. So, if you actually look at their health bar, you'll notice how it works. They actually pretty much, especially with how Pierce works with that, you'll notice I don't really actually shoot them that much.
A day's work.
Wouldn't chain support be better? So the supports I'm using are pretty standard, I would say. Not exactly thinking that far out of the box. Let me make sure I don't die here. Yes, I played natural selection. How can you tell? I'm just using fresh clip, primal armament, martial tempo, and mobility. To be honest, this build, I could take out primal armament. I could take out fresh clip. In all honesty, all you need is martial tempo mobility. Mobility comes in late though, so that's a bit annoying. Without mobility, it's definitely... I'm not saying it's bad, but like, it's a bit rougher to use. Once you have mobility, especially all the movement speed I have, like that's how I need to stop moving for a second. Once I have mobility, that's how I'm able to like reposition so well and avoid most range attacks. I just strafe most range attacks and they can't keep up with me. Even a lot of bosses can't keep up with me, which is funny.
Greetings. I'll be here, waiting.
So, I think what they need to do for flasks, Silent suggested it, but basically, I think his idea at least is that eventually they'll have unique flasks that do some unique effect. But even then, I think they're pretty shit. I think the only realistic way to make flasks good, hear me out on this, all these wacky flask nodes that sit around and are terrible and no one wants to take them and they're shit. Like, what the fuck is this? Why are there so many? Who did this? "20% chance for your flask to not consume charges." Here's an idea. How about this one, instead of being a stupid sack of shit? How about most flask nodes, the end, actually give them some effect. Like, here's an idea. Heavy drinker. Instead of recover 5% of your life when you life flask on low HP, how about every 20 seconds you automatically lose a life flask? So you automatically use a life flask when you're at low HP. Ta-da! Now you're like, oh wow, now having this big flask can actually help me because I can like have it activate and not fuck me. Maybe not 20, maybe every 10 even. There's more around. That one's not bad, it's not good though. Life recovery from flasks when used at low life. Like, it's... I guess. Here's one, like, I have to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points into this one. Regenerate 1% of life per second if you use the life flask in the last 10 seconds. Okay, here's an idea. How about this gets, like, giga buffed? Here's a serious suggestion for the developers. Why not make this, like, 3%? Even that would be shit. How about 5? How about we actually just boost this shit super hard? Make it over 5 seconds. Right? So how about this? Regenerate 5% of life per second for the next 5 seconds. Boom. Now that actually feels good. Now you're like, oh wow. 5%'s too low. Dude, I'm saying, like, let's boost this shit super fucking hard. Because here's the thing. There's lots of nodes that feel good to get. Right? But no flask node feels good. You'll never feel good taking these. They're useless. Like, I'm saying, like, let's make it something massive. Right? How about, no, let's do something better. How about recover 5% of health for 5 seconds if you use a life flask. And take 25% less damage. Now you use a life flask, and now for the next 5 seconds, you can feel, I mean, you're not actually immortal, but now you feel tankier. Now you take that, and like if you're in a breach or something, oh, you think to yourself, oh, this node is good. Like, what's this shit? Mana flask gain 0.1 charges per second. Recover 2% of life when you use a mana flask. I think these numbers would literally, I think if you literally took these numbers and made them 5 times bigger, they would still not give a shit. Like, you see what I mean? There's too many flask nodes and they're so bad. Dude, there's too many nodes that are just pathetic. What even is this? Swear to God, this game's gonna get memed like Diablo 4 if the devs don't buff this shit. This one's kind of too good to be using. It's like tough, but it's also too good to be using at a random map. I'll just use the crit one. Erebus, it feels like the devs... Okay, let me go back to town so I don't die while selling this. Let me say it this way. It feels like the devs tried super duper 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 hard. They went out of their way and tried really, really, really hard to make sure that players could not become unkillable. But let me explain something to you, and this is from a game design philosophy, okay? I do not understand why in so many of these games, and I say this as a dude who keeps playing, I keep playing human fighter. In every game I go to, I play human fighter. I'm that guy. I go to a new game, I'm human fighter. I want plate, I want a big sword, sometimes an axe, I want to charge at people, I want to be tanky, and I want to hit people. Do I want to attack fast? So long as it does a lot of damage. Okay. The problem with so many of these games is they look at it and they say, this guy is unkillable. That is a problem. We need to fix that. But here's the problem. The power fantasy of AoEing everything off screen, we have that in the game. The power fantasy of shooting a quadrillion arrows and killing everything, we have that. The power fantasy of minions just run up and kill all the enemies for you, we got that. Okay, so we got 3 different ways to play the game that aren't really that hard. They allow you to completely circumvent most of the content. Minions probably being the weakest to this by far, but you get my idea, right? Then they look at warriors. They look at the melee. They look at the burly melee dude, woman, whatever, it doesn't really matter, right? And they say, this guy could tank the boss. That's a problem. He's making the game too easy. And they nerf him into the fucking ground. And the problem is, I've seen this happen in so many different games. The power fantasy of being the minion master, the bow master, the mage Joemancer, all this shit is in the game, but your power fantasy of being the beefy melee dude is you just repeatedly get destroyed because the devs don't want you to make the game too easy. And so they put overpower on half their attacks because that way it shreds your armor so you can't tank through it. Why? I don't know. They remove endurance charges, making you tanky. Why? I don't know. They make it so enemies have unblockable attacks. Unblockable attacks that also overpower. So even if you're in heavy armor with a shield and blocking, you still die. Why? Because if you didn't die, that would make the game too easy. But now, melee is the hardest way to play the game, and it's not even close. I didn't even see those guys. This map kind of hides them a bit well. Right, why can't you just, like, here's the thing. The developers either make it so if you go tanky, you're so laughably low damage that, like, you're tanky, but nothing, like, you can't clear the map at even a reasonable speed, so no one ever does that because it's just pathetic. Or they make it so you're not tanky, and also you still clear the map like shit.
Fire!
And that happens, like, every fucking time. And look, I understand it's like really hard to balance because you don't want melee to just like face tank the content and like kill pinnacle bosses by being too tanky and shit. Sure, but then where's that same energy when it comes to making sure that like rangers can't just two-shot the content or mages can't just AoE CC the content? The energy rapidly leaves their body when it comes to making their pet favorite classes not overpowered.
Bloody beautiful.
So what I do is I just strafe with the mobility, and then I can continue to shoot while strafing. And I think that's the best way to put it. The devs are all like holier than thou, we know better when it comes to like, guys, if we allowed warriors to be too tanky, it would make the game too easy. But then like the fucking second you're like, oh, so we should also remove AoE CCing and AoEing in general because it makes the game too easy, and they're like, whoa, let's not get crazy now. Yes, I subscribe to the Goku line of thought. If they're too tanky, just hit them harder. So, dummy, the problem is they make it so range is too ranged and can kill too easy and is too mobile. Look in this game alone, right? I'm slowing every enemy on a range shot, and I can back off, and I do insane DPS.
Hello there.
Now, what's my downside? I'm really easy to kill. Enemies can shoot at me. But the problem is, if you go any further than this, which a lot of builds do, enemies can't really even meaningfully interact with you anymore. So what do? They put enemies in like the spider that literally just leap across the map at you. They put in those big turkey birds that do like a huge leap forward slam attack. They put in all this stuff to ensure that you don't be able to, you're not able to like kite them too easy, right? But then the problem becomes all these enemies shit the fuck on melee. Because now melee's like, Ah, so there's a giant turkey bird that does an overpower unblockable attack jumping forward onto me. What if multiple of them jump on me? The devs are like, I don't know. And then you just cue a montage of Warrior getting stun locked to death. This is the first map I ever played, and I have a special attachment to it, chat. I love its feel and music. You'll never be able to convince me otherwise. Let's just do that. No. That one's irrelevant as well.
Burn!
You can actually see their design philosophy failing when you do expeditions, by the way, because none of the expedition enemies are fast or have some like range bullshit. None of them have like leaps or anything. And then you very quickly notice that you literally could just sit back and absolutely annihilate them, and they can't ever interact with you. So what do they do to make expeditions hard? Enemies gain 9,000% of damage as chaos damage. And you're just sitting there like, cool, how does melee deal with that? And they're like, I don't know. Okay. They put like special modifiers on the enemy. They're just like, enemies will become your new dad if they touch you even once. Ranged people are like, oh cool, free node. Melee are like, wait, what? If you actually want to know, chat, that's one of the nodes I took that made me much tankier after I took it, was Catalyst. 5% of physical damage was converted to a random element. That, once I took that, I'm not like saying like, oh my god, I can now tank bosses, but like, I noticed once I did that, I went from like, the bosses are practically one-shotting me, to, I think I can actually meaningfully soak one hit. So I think a big problem too is they do not describe how their game systems work. Now once you understand how they work, you can start using it, but the problem is if you don't actually understand how they work, you have like no meaningful interaction with them. And so you don't understand, you just keep stacking armor and you're like, why me still dead? Me get armor. So you get more armor. Why me still dead? Me get armor. So you get more armor. And the game never actually tells you like what's happening. It's actually kind of annoying. People that played Path of Exile 1 probably understand it, but I didn't understand it, and I just kept stacking more and 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 more armor until I was like, bro, what the fuck? Like, why? Why am I still getting one shot? I have 30,000 armor. And the game's like, oh, yeah, because the enemies use overpower attacks, and big attacks bypass armor. So overpower big attacks reduce you to 0 armor. And I'm like, what? After learning how armor works, I took off 10 nodes I'd put into armor, didn't notice a single change, and just put it all into damage. This game actually has a legitimate issue with damage nodes kind of go crazy and allow you to do some absurd things. And then defense nodes are like the nodes are there like, do 10% more damage through some weird effect. Or enemies hit you for 3% less damage on a Tuesday, unless it's chaos. And you're like, how do I get in there? Oh, it's from in here. I wonder if there's probably a way in there though. Nah, it's probably not. Let's just go back now. So like, there are some armor nodes that are good. Like, there are some armor nodes that are like legitimately meaningful and work with their system, right? Like, which is one of my favorite ones. I eventually removed it, but, not you. It was up here. Here we go. All projectiles, you defend with 120% armor. So, all projectile attacks basically hit you for 10% damage automatically. They could just make it projectiles, period, not attacks, to help armor soak up, like, the range magic hits that one-shot you. But you get the idea, right? Like, it gives you a huge multiplier and it actually feels good to go. The problem is, once you realize that your armor is reducing all those ranged attacks anyway, because they're not doing any damage.
All in a day's work.
Plus, well, this. Ranged enemies can't shoot for shit in this game. They're so unbelievably inaccurate, most of the time you just don't care. So the only time you care is when they hyper juice their damage to do like 10,000 damage on one attack, at which point your armor really wasn't going to do anything anyway. Like, if you look at the armor nodes, I'm gonna continue on this. Like, look at how bad they are. Like, holy shit. There's another good one over here, though. Defend with 200% of armor against critical hits. This one's, like, legitimately good, because this one applies to everything. Like, as I was saying earlier, this one's legit. This one's actually legit. A lot of projectiles are hits. So, once you have Blade Catcher, holy shit, you go from, like, a random mage projectile randomly one-shots you to you literally take the crit maps because it doesn't matter. Crits don't hurt you. They can't hurt you anymore. And then it gives 15 strength because they were like, wasn't good enough. It's the balance in this game is really jank. Like, Blade Catcher is like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah, armor bitch, and you're like, fuck yeah, I feel really good about getting this. And then this one's like, 50% of base armor from equipment is also added to stun threshold. And you're like, oh. Okay. This one over here, recoup 15% of physical damage prevented. And you're like, oh. Cool. They're not even bad, it just feels like they weren't designed for the game as is. And I think that's a really big issue some developers have. They balance for the game they wish it was, not for the game it actually is. So to use that armor thing as an example, sure, in a hypothetical world, there definitely is a world where that's good, but it's not the world where you either die or you're alive. And that's it. In the current game, you're either dead or you're alive. Most damage one-shots you, so you're either dead or you're alive. So recouping 15% of your damage prevented would be good in theory if you stacked enough armor to reduce all their damage by 90%. So you're healing 15% of that 90%. So you're healing 13.5% of the damage you take, and then you're only taking 10% of it. So you're actually out healing their damage, chat. That's incredible. Except literally every enemy whose damage matters is elemental, chaos, or it has overpower and one-shots you. So most of what armor does is let you walk up to enemies and start left-clicking them when they hit you back, or use rolling slam and cast it in people's faces. That's what armor does. Well, for the most part. I mean, it doesn't actually stop you from dying to a mage, but presumably you're not letting mages shoot you by, you know, not actually being in melee. But if you were, you would die. You would actually get one shot.
day's work.
Honestly, chat, they should add mobs that wall you in. Why did wallers ever get removed? They were the best enemy types in the game. Let's look at their positives. Fucked mages. Fuck mages. Fuck mages. That's it. I mean, so many positives.
Go.
Okay, so this one's not great. At least I'm not gonna use it, but someone might. That's a rare stat maximum. Everyone goes for +2 though, but it rolled 15 attack damage. Chad, even if mages could teleport out of it, it'd slightly inconvenience them, and therefore it makes me happy. Which one's he buying? Good ring. By the way, chat, trade etiquette. If you ever buy something from One Exalted, I beg, go in there, immediately teleport in, put in your Exalted, click accept once you see the item. Get in there in a fucking minute. Don't be this motherfucker who, I'm selling something for an Exalted and I take the time to respond and you're like, wait, wait. You see my item, you hover for like 15 seconds, you put down your Exalted, 10 seconds go by, you accept. I'm just sitting here like,
On with the work.
how much is this worth? Why can't I make the trade folder a color? Who did this? Why are you storing expedition stuff in your stash? Isn't there an expedition specific boss? Good question. Why am I, chat? It's +2 projectile and dude, is this really what archers get? Why do archers get a top tier two-handed weapon and then a bow that does shit like this? Who did this, chat? Oh, I'm annoyed. You know why I'm annoyed, chat? Because this class is really fun. I just don't like the end game. Holy shit, is it fun though. They can make a few improvements. Chat, do you see all these shells on the ground though? Like, look at that. Can Ranger do that, chat? All you guys saying I should go play Ranger? Can Ranger do that? Chat, can they? And don't say Ranger can use a crossbow. Shut up. I'll be right back. The shells just landed 2 spots. No, look, they're bouncing. No, I think the shell's really good. You're wrong, chat. That's amazing. The issue, Erebus, the payoff skills are really bad and not really worth using. Unless you can use cast on or things like that to bypass the entire fucking intent and just get them automatically anyway. But actually using 2 abilities, it's just not worth it. I think one of the biggest issues is that, and I have tried to do like a payoff build where I like set up a big ability to a hit. The problem is, like, you use all your time using one ability to make another ability do more damage, and then it gets like 30% more damage. It's like, whoa. Yeah, that one's decent. Decent enough. So why does Escape from Tarkov have 170,000 viewers? What, how come all I ever hear from that game is how dead it is, and then it's never dead? All right, Eden. An everything bagel with garlic cream cheese. Doesn't sound that good, sure. Doesn't sound that spectacular, but the place that makes it does it really good. Like, really good. Why did I go down here? Instead of just, I don't know, over to here. Wait, why did I do that? What the hell? Why did I do that? That's weird. Ah.
Fire shot! Simple enough.
Is that good? Oh, god damn it. Me not pay attention for 1 second and dead. Hey, that'll help out. Do people really not like using rapid fire? Look at it, chat. You're like too obsessed with the meta. You know what the meta is? Fun. I have the most fun. Therefore, I win. Haha. Making me the meta. Wait a minute. Chat, I like to roleplay like I got isekai'd into the path of Exile verse. Oh my god. Thank you, Death Effect. At least it didn't one-shot me. Chat, you have to praise Saint Death Effect, or else next time he'll one-shot you. The superior ultimate life flask. I really don't want to drain my mana. I'm not sure why it does that. You know what? Maybe the reason... Maybe the reason there's so many Flask nodes, it could be that originally the game was like significantly slower paced and had more HP, and the game was more about like kind of, I don't even know, Dark Souls-y. So getting a shitload of like bonus flask healing to like top yourself off over and over could have been seen as good. I'm just spitballing. It's either that or the devs just like comically overvalued flasks. In situations like that, I choose to prefer. I gaslight myself into thinking, well, the devs can't be that dumb.
Another notch on the helmet.
I was reading about took my eye off the bird once, chat. Death effect.
I speak. Greetings. Time.
Me just trying to converse with chat and not stare at the ground.
Until next time.
Game sitting there like, I took that personally.
Greetings. I'll be here.
I did, Erebus. I killed all the enemies, thought to myself, ooh, too exalted. Went in to grab them, got killed by death effects, and thought to myself, ah, darn. Didn't do the mandatory 3-day waiting period before I'm allowed to loot rares. That's why my warrior, every time I got hit by a death effect and survived with a little bit of HP, I always thought to myself, well, this killed another player and denied them all their loot. What does this rug do again? I see. So it gives plus all rarity, plus all attributes. Lightning resist can't be reduced by the map. And you can socket a jewel, an emerald in it. Is that good? It's basically just a shitload of attack speed. And some flat damage. I'm almost entirely certain a jewel that just rolled flat damage modifiers would do more. It could give, like, rage, I guess? I don't know. Huh. Is Sakima the one that people think is good? Chat. Considering the diamonds yet? I haven't even seen a diamond drop, dude. Not even once. Which is temporalis? Do I have that? Oh. I don't need cooldown reduction. I was wondering why this wiki was so wrong about things like, it was like players are only allowed to equip one ring, and I was like, what? Then I realized it was on Fextra Life. How is he still legal? He should have been outlawed. Wait, this one's really good. That one drops a lot of waste stones. That one's kind of forgettable and whatever. I'll just do that one here. Isn't there a belt you can get that just doubles the effects from your rings, effectively netting you +1 item slot? Can you imagine if you get that? 2 elemental resist rings? Ah, yes. The Goliaths of the desert. I think one part of the maps, and this is why I keep suggesting they change, maps need a hook to keep you going. I think maps should be reworked. And it should be a randomly generated but predefined journey. So that you kind of feel like you're playing like Super Mario or something. You know? that they already have waystone levels. Like, you don't do towers or waystones anymore. Fuck that. The map generates with its own level. It's got like an easy area around the middle. And of course you can retry it as many times as you want if you need to like farm up. And then of course, like once you get out of the early game, the map difficulty starts spiking. You get like up to the effectively tier 5 waystones, sorry, tier 15 that they have now. It starts like each map has its own predefined modifier that you need to move through.
One down.
Stuff like that.
Who's next?
I'd go near it, Chad, but I remember last time I went near any enemy at any point in time. %, item rarity, probably possible. That's why solo self-found is pretty popular. I mean, not like super popular, but like a certain subset of people only play it because, yeah, I mean, one dude stacks item rarity, everyone else AoEs the map. It drops more loot because more people are on the map. Ta-da! As you end up with those players that get like 200 exalted rapidly. That's why everyone moved on from exalted in all honesty. I shouldn't say everyone, that's why a lot of the good gear moved on from exalted. Because like people were stacking item rarity and duoing, and like they were adding hundreds of exalted to the market every day per player. I don't even know why people wouldn't play rapid fire. I think some people maybe look at it and they get annoyed that they're not as good as other players, but like, bro, it's a fully automatic crossbow shooting 28 rounds a second. What more do you want? Is this not the ideal world, chat? Every man, a fully automatic crossbow.
Rapid fire!
Where'd you guys go? Yeah, I shouldn't have stood near him. Yeah, I think this game could have cooked until January. I think they could have delayed it by a month. And then in January, they would have been back off holidays in the office. I know they wanted to sell it by Christmas, but in an ideal world, I think they could have waited. What's even the point to a group that plays this game that hard to where you have people dedicated to just selling and sorting items? What is the point of that? I don't mean that literally. No, I mean, I do mean that literally. Like, what do? You get the best gear, but you'll do that in like 4 days. Then what? Then you all sit around and wait for the next the next season, the next league. You're just like, yeah, woo, all right. Everyone's sitting there like, yeah, we did it, guys. Like high five, yeah. No one got loot like we got loot. I mean, I guess. It just seems, dumb. I mean, do they sell the money? Or sorry, the items for like money? The grind also feels like, well, I think it's a legitimate problem that the maps feel really bad to play on. Like, the map's feeling this bad to play on is not a good thing, Chad. Does my build work for campaign? I'd have to test it. Cause like I swapped from a shotgun build to this in Cruel, I think. Yeah, it was in Cruel, I couldn't do the shotgun anymore. It just like wasn't working. But I imagine it would. The second you get rapid fire. I mean, you're just gonna have to deal with the fact that like you're probably not wave clearing every enemy, but like so long as you can find a decent enough crossbow, you should be good. That's what it comes down to, really. You need a crossbow and you need all the on hit you can find.
Fire!
Iron rings, gloves, that sort of stuff.
Simple enough.
But I might go back and try a shotgun playthrough again. I have an idea on how to make it work this time. Yeah, I imagine like you're just gonna have to get used to the fact that like you're not gonna wave clear everything. Some people like mentally can't deal with that. I don't know why. They just like look at a build that can't AoE clear everything and they just get super annoyed. But like, why? Like, you're not gonna have any issues with enemies. Like, your single target DPS with this build is so much higher than other builds that like you'll actually just single target through all the enemies, no problem. Why was no one in that tower? If no one's in a tower, that means that the end is there, so why was it this time? Basically, the most important part of this is, I would say it's just stacking flat damage is the most important part. After that, it just comes down to like jankily stacking every bit of attack speed you can get. I eventually spec'd out of some of the attack speed just because it was ending up being better. But early on, I literally just went down here, grabbed all the two-handed. Maybe I could have gotten attack speed earlier, but we'll see. I just went through here, grabbed the two-handed, went down here, grabbed the movement, went down here, grabbed this damage. Now, at that point, I'm not sure what would have been better. But what I did do, I just sprinted over here, grabbed that attack speed, went over here, grabbed that attack speed. Then I just grabbed every single attack speed node around me. I eventually respec'd out of it, but I literally just grabbed every single attack speed node, every single one of them. Then I went to the right and got accuracy per dexterity and the skill speed and movement speed. This one's nuts. 10% increased skill speed and 3% increased movement speed. Like, what's my reload time right now? 0.6. Yeah, I went over here, grabbed the movement speed, grabbed maim, so I slow enemies at range. Then we just took a long trek. This is basically where the campaign ended, by the way. But post-campaign, I grabbed Falcon to get even more attack speed. And then this one to get Pierce, so I could shoot through enemies more often. Do any of these breaches? You're a breach. Let's do the breach with the good map, because that way I get a lot of shards and shit. Oh, that takes chaos damage. Can these not kill me?
Rapid fire!
Yeah, lots of other abilities are just going for one-shots and things like that. But because piercing, or what is this called, rapid fire, what's this called again? Rapid shot is just basically about pure DPS. I just went pure attack speed to maximize my DPS. And yeah, no, I mean, I pretty much obliterated the campaign, no issue. You need just enough flat damage to make it work. Then again, you just need lots of on-hit damage from items. First off, what the fuck that shit did
Down. Who's next?
I'm just gonna do this for a little bit. Make sure I don't die. Called suppressing fire, chat.
Ooh, better than coin. Rapid fire!
Okay. I think the important thing too is you just need to stay mobile. And by that I mean what you just do, like, it seems dumb, but you just tap when you're going to new areas because that keeps your heat up, and you kind of need your heat up to actually perform.
Notch on the armor.
Then again, I mean, as you see, you just have so much more DPS
Bloody beautiful.
than most other builds. Now, there are obviously like the Giga top tier builds are better. Like, I'm not trying to argue, like, oh my god, this build's the best, but like, you know.
Rapid fire!
Yeah, it's sad. I went to dodge roll, but I got hit stunned and died.
Yes.
Woo! Yeah! Alright!
What can I do?
No, I saw the fire and I went to shoot it, thought, uh-oh, nah, it's gonna kill me. Let's back out of this one. Went to dodge roll and died because I got hit stunned. Yep. So it, Okay, I'm gonna be real. I don't want to do that map with an actual map. I'll just do like a... Fuck, that had a breach in it? I lost a breach. Yay, I love this game. Woo! Yeah! Alright! Yeah! Woo! 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 Developers masterfully concocting the most ball-torturingly bad late game you can believe in. Honestly, chat, I'm gonna say it. Path of Exile 2 was an inside job to get people to go play Path of Exile 1 or dun 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 Diablo. Chat, they were paid off. You heard it from me. Devs got paid off by Big Blizzard. That's right, chat. Big Blizzard paid them off to make the most cancerous late game imaginable, so everyone would go play Diablo 4. Yeah, breaches are only there when the map is an icon. So I lost the breach, so I can't do the breach. Yay! Woo! Alright!
Rapid fire!
Always cover your flank, chat. Then you can back off and press forward. No, breaches don't randomly spawn. Based on everything I've seen and heard, chat, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not sure the Path of Exile 1 late game would have been any good. Because y'all are like, oh yeah, this is literally Path of Exile 1 late game, but they don't have this mechanic in that one. And I'm sitting here like, was it really that bad? And people are like, nah, it was amazing. You do a random map, you AoE every mob, you ignore 90% of the drops, you pick up your loot, you disenchant it all because it's always shit. Oh god, I wish I could play it again. And I'm sitting here like, are you serious? Yeah, see what I mean? Like, you're mostly single target damage, but like your raw DPS is so high that like packs of enemies aren't gonna reach you. And again, you have maim on hit, so if you start fighting faster enemies, you can actually slow them down a good bit. The breach was up there, right? I should remember that. But I do maintain my opinion, chat. I do maintain my opinion. ARPG players. I said this years ago. I said it when I played Diablo 4, didn't I? ARPG players are really dumb and ruin every game they play. Honestly, Diablo 3 was the last ARPG I ever gave serious effort to. Chat, what if I tried to kill you and you just said no? What do I do to prevent that?
Fire!
But it's not about the overall gear crafting, it's about the moment-to-moment gameplay. If the moment-to-moment gameplay is just me wave-clearing a bunch of brain-dead enemies who have no hope of ever killing me, followed by a few moments of, oh darn, that one-shot me, then like, how is that fun? Especially given the campaign and the weird turnaround the campaign had, you know? Campaign was like, yeah, awesome, woo! Then you get to the end game. Game's like, what do you mean? I have, how many enemies are left on this map? I cleared so much. Who could be left? Okay. Huh. At the very least, I do appreciate that the Path of Exile 1 systems are under new scrutiny. Things like, how come holding a shield slows you down? People are like, ah, it's realistic, it's realistic. I'm like, bro, you just shot a fireball. Maybe my dude who can cause the earth to rupture can hold a shield without being slowed a bit. Man, come on, where are they? I've totally lost track of where the breach was. Like, I don't even remember anymore. I'm hoping someone in chat remembered, because I don't. You complete the campaign, it takes over control over your computer, it uninstalls Path of Exile 2, it installs Path of Exile 1. Welcome back, Exile.
All in a day's work.
I had to wait a little bit. Fool me once with death effects.
Nice.
Literally go fuck yourself. That's the dumbest mechanic I've ever heard. Fool me twice. Still shame on you. Fuck off.
Fire shot!
Honestly, the more I play the game, I know you guys got super salty when I said it last time, but like, I'm starting to get like legitimately convinced that the devs literally are not smart enough to design endgame content that isn't just AoE wave clearing and death effects that one-shot you. Cause like, what the fuck? Surely this wasn't like the best they had, right? Like, was this truly the best they had to offer as far as like engaging content? Easy enemies that die to AoE, and then quirky death effects that one-shot you, making you terrified of ever actually going close to an enemy? Is that just the nature of ARPGs? No! No, it's not! I literally... ARPG players have Stockholm Syndrome. I assure you guys, the rest of gaming has evolved. The rest of gaming has gotten better. Video games don't have to be this annoying. I don't know why ARPG fans... Bro, did you guys get like... locked in a fucking time chamber or some shit? All the other advancements video games have made, just like you guys don't even remember them. They never happened to you. You just like entered in 2001, left in 2025, and you're like, hey guys, they have an endgame map. Isn't that a huge improvement? And I'm like, yeah, like a decade ago. The fact it took them a decade to add an endgame map. My god, ARPGs are so... Chat, where is this breach? Does anyone remember? Come on, chat, back me up. Help me out here, chat. It was a breach. It looked purple. Has anyone seen my purple breach in reality? I know I didn't I do a different map? Or wait, is this the same map? Wait, fuck. No, there's an easy way to check. Nah, fuck, that was the same map. Motherfucker. Chat, you lied to me. And for this, I hate you. There we go. Augury breach. That's my favorite, said the suicidal man.
Fire shot!
in all honesty, the weirdest part about ARPGs, I didn't even see them. I literally didn't see them. I'm not doing a bit chat. I bumped into that skeleton. I was like, holy fuck. Wow. They kind of blend right in, don't they? Once they have my overwhelming presence like blur on them, they kind of actually blend in. No, the worst part about playing ARPGs is all the complete bullshit nonsense that you're forced to accept because it's always been that way. Why do I need to make a waystone? Why do I need to actually make this map? Why do I need to juice it? What is this? Well, it's been that way forever. But what if it wasn't? What if it wasn't that way? What if the maps just spawned with predetermined modifiers on them? Oh yeah, okay, but like you can't think of any other way to do this system than like having to take a minute to look over the weird modifiers and shit, and then like determine which modifiers are the least bad for me. So I get like monsters are evasive and armored with my 7,000 accuracy fire build. So neither of these modifiers do anything. I say to myself, yeah. It had been like 30 seconds. I thought I was good. Chat, I thought I was good. I killed him, took like a large breath, paused, went to loot. Hold on, I want to look at that one. Let's look at this. So here I am. I'm like, boo boo. I do emergency reload. I kill him. I'm dead there. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. I didn't even see, where did the fire explosions even come from? What the fuck? Where did they even come from? What is blowing up? Chat, name it if you can find it. Okay, I see the purple orbs. Well, I didn't then. So I go to click. They wouldn't even have blown up on me in time. Where? What blew up? What blew up?
Back to the grave!
So anyway, I think this is my last day playing this character, and after that we might go back to the campaign. Anyone who plays the current late game,
Simple enough.
anyone who plays the current late game without energy shield is fucking insane. It's so unfun, chat. I'm gonna wait for the death effects to end. Pump some shots in there. Make sure nothing's coming out. No, there we go. See? Dude, it's so annoying that your build starts like coming online and you start like getting those huge power spikes, and right at that exact moment the game is like, want to see me become a total piece of shit? And you're like, no, game, don't become a total piece of shit. And it just starts going here. Every enemy starts doing 3 times more damage. Mob density increases 500%. Oh, and the movement speed. Every mob for some reason gets like 300% movement speed. To the point where like you're literally shooting off camera half the time. Honestly, like, okay, in all seriousness, I can understand them wanting this more zoomed in camera because like it increases like player immersion and all that. But like then, okay, and this is a very serious question. Why, if the camera is so zoomed in, am I then expected to be like awkwardly shooting at corners where I have more vision range, off screen on corners constantly to try to knock enemies out who are gonna try to do that shit to me? Like why? Why is this just how things are?
Another notch on the helmet.
Like, I don't want to get randomly ambushed by shit, so like I have to just awkwardly shoot off screen constantly. Then just zoom the camera out at that point. If you're gonna make the gameplay at that range, then just why have this annoying camera limitation? Maps are pretty until you realize one actual flaw. They could just, I don't know, remove trees from even having like collision. Here's a better idea. How about remove collision from brushes as well? Brushes that look like you could just walk right through them. I'm gonna walk right through here. Nope, stuck, dead.
Bloody beautiful.
I give up. No, dude, fuck this. I give up. What? Where? What? Where? I'm being so ludicrously, comically, exaggeratedly stupid just to avoid this stuff, and I still die. I'm literally taking this to comic proportions, and I still die. Like, I'm doing a little bit of shooting off screen just to show how absurd this is, and I still die. Hold on, chat. Let's find it. Let's go. Time to find it, chat. What killed me? Oh, I see. The fire effects from my gun looked like the fire effects on the ground. See, obviously, if something's capable of just fucking murdering you, you want it to look very similar to other effects. Thank you, death effect number 92. Warriors cannot really grind map okay. Don't listen to people that say, oh man, I can, okay, most of the people can no life it and brute force 10, 20, 30 hours in. Yes, I agree, they definitely can. But here's my personal suggestion. Don't put yourself through that. Just don't. Yes, you can, like if it's your first character, you can go to maps. You can grind the map. You can die 20 times. You can take like a week and a half to finally reach tier 15s. You can slowly build your way up. You can get exalted. You can buy gear off the market. Here's the problem. There's so much gear inflation right now, and warriors are so gear dependent that you're gonna quickly run. And by the way, here's the thing. I just lost all my good rituals. 3 rituals, I died of 3 death effects. All my rituals are gone. Yay! I'm glad I set up this ritual thing here to go farm. Yay! Woo! I don't know, dude. This shit's just like... Playing late game isn't fun. It's not fun, dude. Here's okay. Let me like, dude. You can literally like. It's not even. I'm not even like an isolated case. Let's put it that way. I'm not even an isolated case of like only I'm having this issue. Like, bro. Here's the front page. What kills him? What do you think kills him, chat? Give me an idea. You'll never guess it. You'll never believe it. So the first fire wave didn't load. I'm not even joking. The first fire wave that one-shots you literally didn't load on screen. That's the second fire wave. Do you see? Do you see, chat? Woo! Okay, chat, I'm gonna be done, dude. This shit is so ridiculous. I might make a build guide, but like, I just don't recommend playing maps. It's just, there's no point. There's just no point playing maps right now, dude. It's miserable. It's such a bad experience to play maps. I think the campaign is totally fun and all that, but holy shit, playing maps is not it. It's just not it.